It's live on my end, Kyle.
I'll let you know when. Oh, we're good.
We're good? Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Pursuant to Executive Order Number 20-05 issued by the Governor of the State of Rhode Island, this meeting will be conducted by electronic communication only. Members of the public wishing to access this meeting may do so at https://youtu.be/KVAE8EYA96S. Could we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we sit down, I would like to have a moment of silence for one of our dear teachers from Pilgrim, Michael Batalon. And I'd like to send our dear condolences to his wife Lindsay, who is also a teacher at Windman, and his children who are also in our school district. Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to vote to go into closed session for discussion and or action regarding those items of business exempt from open meetings under general laws of Rhode Island, RIGL 42-46-5, A1, A2, A4, A8, A9.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, your mic isn't on.
Sorry. Okay, can we get a vote to seal the minutes in executive session?
So move. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And there were no votes taken in executive session. Ms. Bonet, is there any public comment?
No, Madam Chair, there are no public comments this evening.
Okay, well, moving along then. Recognition, educator appreciation, Ms. Deamerick.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school committee. The central administration and school committee would like to thank Warwick's amazing teachers, teacher assistants, support professionals, and school nurse teachers. Despite all of the obstacles and challenges due to COVID-19, educators persevered, showed creativity, and demonstrated flexibility. They went above and beyond to ensure that every student and family had the tools and support that they needed. Here is a slideshow recognizing Warwick's educators. I'd like to thank Mrs. Amelot's team for putting this together. So we say we thank you every day, but Teacher Appreciation Week is a special time to also recognize you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We all appreciate our staff, our teachers, even our nurses, everybody. Thank you. I hope you had a enjoyable week. I know there was a lot of goodies that you were surprised with, and we do appreciate you. Okay, approval of minutes of public sessions for April 6, 2021, April 13th, 2021, and April 2021. Can I have a motion to
So
approve?
moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And approval of warrants for May 11th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have next discussion actions for retirements, resignations. Mrs. Ruggieri.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school committee. Tonight, we have several retirements to announce, some with many years of service. We have Sherry Sheehan, Guidance Department Head at Pilgrim, with 35 years of service to the district.
Wow.
We have Catherine Thibodeau, the business teacher at Pilgrim, with 32 years of service. Jane Conley, the kindergarten teacher at Hoxie, with 19 years of service. Catherine Newman, English teacher at Tollgate, with 30 years of service. Alan Weber, social studies teacher at Tollgate, with 17 years in Warwick, 4 years in state, to total 21 years. Roseanne Bessassini, an elementary grade 2 teacher at Oakland Beach, with 22 years. Dorothy Carlotti Grande, kindergarten teacher at Hoxie, with 41 years. And then to move on, I'm sorry, one more teacher, Brenda Jacobs, a science teacher at Veterans, with 32 years. And then to move on to our classified staff, we have Daniel Milner, the electrician, with 31 years of service, and John Stracaluzzi, a teacher assistant at Veterans, with 42 years of service. So we have a combined 305 years of service for those members
Wow.
retiring. So I'd like to wish them all well and thank you for all you've done for the students of Warwick.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. And why don't we just continue with your discussion action of leave of absences?
So I have no leave of absences. I do have one personnel announcement for appointments. We have Michael Dean. We would like to welcome him to Cedar Hill as the night custodian. And then also the coaches as presented in your executive folder. So I just need a vote on the retirements and the resignation.
Move approval.
Second. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, don't we also have to approve the leave of absences?
There are no leave of absences tonight.
Oh, okay, I thought there was one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to new business. Discussion action, professional employee suspension hearing. Do I have a motion to go with the superintendent's recommendation?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And next, discussion action, the Warwick Teachers Union CBA tentative agreement. Yes,
We possibly entertain putting number 3 first before we do that?
I don't have a problem with that.
Give Mr. Locker.
Right, he's been waiting, so, okay. Okay, we're gonna go to number 3 first, the discussion action on the high school project. You're welcome. No problem.
Mr. Locker, are you with us?
Yes,
Dr.
yes, I'm
Thorne,
here.
Okay, cool. Never
Oh,
mind.
there he is.
All right, yes. Sorry about my delay. Shall I take the lead on this?
Yes, please do.
Hello, good evening. If you could please take the lead, and we're back again with you. Thank you for coming. Could you please just take us through what you want to present tonight, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, so may I have the screen? Okay, you can all see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So we've asked to come tonight and address the issue of the of possible any any consequences or changes related to the change in enrollments that were recorded in the most recent NESDEC recording and projection for the future. So I've got a tiny slideshow to share with you. And it consists of 3 slides. This first one looks exactly like the one we shared with you in March, except for the title is slightly changed. And I have with me here tonight Ed Bourget, who was my teammate on the study, and then Steve Giuliano from Socascio Architects, who's our teammate for the proposed stage 1 and stage 2. And this is a team effort, and I would encourage them to jump in and amplify any of the issues that I'm going to be covering here. So from this slide, we will go to a slide which, in my mind, characterizes the situation we're in and the process that we are about to embark on, or in fact, since the study is done, that we have started already. So this is to recognize that last enrollment was highly informed by COVID-19, and COVID-19 has disrupted school enrollments all across the country. In fact, I would say around the world, because I'm familiar with enrollments in a number of other countries. The October 2020 enrollments dropped considerably from previous years, and they strongly influenced the 10-year enrollment projection. And my next slide will show you the details on that, but I think that this point that we've got 1 year of significant drop, and it has made a big impact. However, that said, demographers say that a 1-year irregularity in enrollments is too small of a sampling from which to base predictable long-term enrollments. I shared this slide with your lead demographer at NESDEC, and also with Matt Cropper, who's with Cropper GIS McKimmon Demographics, and they did enrollments for Warwick in 2015 or 16. So they're both familiar with the district. They both concurred that this slide that you're looking at was a fair representation of the situation. And particularly, I'll underscore the third line here, the third bullet that my cursor is running over. And in fact, Cropper shared with me that they are now relying only on 2019 data before COVID, just because of this irregularity and because of the consistent drop in schools across the country. In fact, they have a national practice. So in any event, this I think informs our understanding of the situation we're in. Next, and there's a gap here because we jumped from demographics issues to ride issues. So first, I want to underscore that the facilities master plan is a study. It's not a ride submission. And so looking at the ride submission process, RIDE requires fresh enrollment projections to be done as part of stage 2. And that's several months down the road. And by looking at the timing of what would be projected to get to the anticipated bond vote date, the October 1, 2021 enrollments, in other words, about half a year from now, will be used as the basis for the RIDE stage 2 submission, regardless of what we have had in the study. The study gets us to an understanding of the territory, but it doesn't have the specificity or the up-to-dateness that the RIDE process would expect. So with that, unless there's any questions, I'll move on to the next slide. All right, hearing none, I will move on to the next slide. Oh, by the way, I might comment that on this last point, if your vote is pegged to a specific enrollment, perhaps adjusting, what's in the study report. I would imagine that, I would first of all imagine that the numbers are going to change as we get through this epidemic, this pandemic, and any specific numbers referenced in your approval would probably require coming back again and having an amendment to that. So we don't know what that territory is going to look like, but we know we're not at the point where the numbers have to be fixed. So with all that said, let me show you the key considerations that come out of the question of how might this severe drop in enrollment impact the building project. So this chart has 4 major sections in it, and then Pilgrim, Tollgate, and the total down here. So the first section is the projection of enrollments in 10 years. The second section is what the projected building sizes were in the study and what they would be with the enrollments adjusted. Then from then we took and projected the total project budget, and the study was done with what we call 2020 costs. And then finally, a projection basically escalating that to what it would be for a later bond vote. So with these 4 categories, let me then dive into the details. So, and it's easiest to think of these just in terms of the totals and in terms of the differences. So here we are in the master plan study that's basically done. We had roughly 2,400 students between the 2 schools. The most recent enrollments dropped those, and these are 10-year projections to 2,000, a little over 2,000, a 400 student drop, or 16.7%. This becomes the key issue, 16.7% drop. We then took that and applied it to the square footage that we had in the study of almost 500,000 square feet. That 16.7 drop takes us to 412,000 square feet. And then we take that and apply it to dollar signs. We had a total of about 300 million before. Adjusted, this drops to 250 million. And that is this is still 2020 costs. And then when you take that and you escalate it, again carrying the 16.7% difference, we had a range before of 311 to 316 million, and the new range is 259 to 263. So roughly $50 million in difference with this number, 16.7% carried all the way through. So I hope this adequately characterizes the issue and gives you sufficient understanding to understand the impact of that enrollment drop. And unless there's any questions on this chart, I will stop sharing my screen.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question to Mr. Locker?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Mr. Locker, thank you very much. I think the latest numbers still convince me that Warwick will be a 2 high school city for the foreseeable future. As I mentioned, I think in the last meeting, Warwick is comprised of overwhelmingly single-family homes. Whenever the real estate sales figures come out every year, Warwick is always one of the hottest real estate markets in the state, and that's, I think, primarily because we have most of our stock is single-family houses. So the only concern I have, I get where the projections are going, and I get where the demographers would want to look to 2019. The caution is if you build it too small, right? That's the caution, because you're trying to plan this out in the out years. And if it's too small, the day you open the door, you've got a problem. And that has happened in the state. I gave two examples of Claiborne, Pell, and Newport, and Archie Cole and East Greenwich. So at this point, I mean, you're more of an expert on this than anybody around these tables. So I would look to you to do your best in your recommendations is to say, okay, this is the numbers I think we should be going with. But I think tonight before us is just option C. So is that a question? I'm not even sure if that's a question or is that more of a comment? But Mr. Guglielmo, my question is, we have to submit RIDE stage 1 and stage 2, right? Or stage 2?
We have to submit stage 1 in September and stage 2 by February.
Right. So September is right around the corner. So that has to happen pretty quickly, right? To work on that.
Yeah, typically, we're already behind schedule on something like this. We would usually get started end of March, 1st of April on a project like this. So we're kind of already a month and a half behind schedule. There's a lot of work to get done to meet that February deadline for the stage 2.
And so I don't want to waste too much time because it's late. But so the stage 1 and stage 2 would be a submission of our plans and RIDE would approve, right? Or hopefully they'd approve. Reimbursements are at least 35. We don't know if they're going to extend the kickers to get it to 50 or whatever. But once RIDE approves the plan, when it came to actually drawing the building, if you were to draw it a little bit bigger, a little smaller, does that have to go back to RIDE, or is that kind of built into the approvals?
If it's a drastic change, they may want to see a revision. But I don't think if you're talking a 10% change in the size, I don't think we'd have to make a resubmission.
Right, like 10 or 20,000 square feet is a couple hundred kids, right? 100.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Testa, if I could pick up on your comment of too small. And you quickly jumped from planning for reduced enrollments to building a single building. And am I correct in understanding it? And I know that discussion has been that has been a topic of discussion.
Yeah, no, I said I think Warwick's always going to be a 2 high school city because of those populations. I don't,
Okay.
You know, 1,800, 1,900 kids school is, I don't think parents would like that. I wouldn't have liked that if my kids were going to one that big.
Right, okay. So, and just to extend this without going too far on it, we still recommend option C for each of these because of the value they bring in terms of meeting the goals that were defined by your stakeholders, and because they represent fiscally responsible decision-making. We're achieving virtually the same educational advantages as new construction for less cost than new construction. And there's a good number of reasons why we believe 2 schools are appropriate for Warwick. But not the least of them is that building on these sites and of these sizes allows us to keep a lot of the existing infrastructure as a renovation addition. If we were to try to build on one of these sites with a single building to hold the entire population, it would trigger completely new construction, which will be more expensive per square foot than this approach. And we will have the exact same approach because RIDE calculates the size of buildings, but calculates the size buildings have to be based on the student enrollments. So we believe that if we did go to a single building, it'll actually be more expensive than doing these two. So I don't need to take that any further, but I think it supports your concept that 2 schools is appropriate for Warwick.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm just, I'm not against, I'm gonna speak because no one else wants to. I'm not against this at all. I don't want to rush anything either. And we just had, well, a transportation presentation by Mr. Baxter, and from what that shows, it seems like there is a population decline. Could you elaborate on that, Mr. Baxter?
Yeah, sure, thank you. And if I may, before.
I'm just getting confused.
Just, if I may, just to be clear.
Madam Chair, before Mr. Baxter gets too far into it,
Nope, thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Absolutely. I apologize. And, just to be clear, I am not opposed to high schools. I just want to make that abundantly clear because I think sometimes my views are sometimes misrepresented, but I would say that I think that again, as I say, the nature and the structure of the district has changed. And if we look at not just the decline in population, which, by the way, I understand Mr. Locker's comment about the last year, the COVID-related enrollment decline, but our enrollment decline has been significant pre-COVID. So that needs to be taken into account. But anyways, to stay on track, my concerns really fall onto two things. One is not so much that we have 2 high schools, but the location of the high schools. And the fact that we will be investing a significant amount of funding at the Tollgate campus, where on that side of the city, we have or projected to have about 450 high school students, is to me operationally and equitably in terms of equity for the students, just ludicrous. We will be busing about 700 students across town to fill that high school. And that is a fiscal impact of over $1 million annually. So when we look at contracts, we look at programming, we look at construction, we're basically taking funding that could be used for what I'll call value-added activities and using it for non-value-added activities. My second concern, and I know I'm going off topic, Madam Chair, I'll get back to your question. My second concern is that I truly believe that the city needs new facilities, whichever it is. If it's this option C, we need to do something for the high schools. We need some sex appeal. We need to draw students into the district, and facilities are, I think, one of our major drawbacks. However, again, I think that this option C, again, investing in the Tollgate campus, as opposed to maybe looking at a modified option C, and taking the same approach at another location in the city, might be more beneficial, not just to the students, but also the other residents. Again, the city has a population of about 85,000 people. We have, let's say, about 8,000 students. If you assume about 1.5 students per household, 1.5 children per household, we're looking at about 5,300 households. In other words, the people in the households represent only about 20% of the voting residents in the city. And I think in order to get this bond passed, and I'm just looking forward, because this is so critical, that you need to provide some value to the other residents in the city. And again, I think to use the word, debacle, I think we want to avoid the South Kingstown debacle where their recent referendum was overwhelmingly rejected because it was a plan that was recognized as, to use the term that I heard, ludicrous for the residents of the city. So I'm not opposed to two high schools. I understand that I agree with Mr. Locker that that the education work that he did was, the stakeholders call for two high schools, but I would strongly suggest again that we consider the nature and the location of the schools. And again, based on the current projection, we have about 540 students on what I'll call the west side of town and about 1,800 students. That's a significant difference, about 1,800 students, to get back to Ms. Cobden's point that she raised with my transportation map. We have projected to have about 539 students on the west side of town and about 1,812 students on the east side of town. So basically I would be busing about 675 students, assuming no enrollment decline, by the way, about 675 students. That's the equivalent of 11 buses at over $80,000 a bus. Projected at that time is about just for transportation is almost $1 million. And then again, when I look in terms of, and again, not my field, but I will admit, but in terms of student equity and having to bus students across town, and then when they have schools and facilities close by, again, I think that we are opening ourselves up to a host of issues. One of which would be a Title IX issue because Tollgate does not have the land to build, for instance, both a baseball field and a softball field. It's a lot of acreage, but not a lot of flat space. Not a lot of it's a lot of ledge. So, anyways, I've rambled on. I would just encourage the school committee to take into account that we want to make a proposal that is attractive to the entire city. I don't think that we've done that. And that we want to, I would suggest, when we're looking at the fiscal impact of contracts and our limited resources, that we will be essentially committing to burning, over $1 million a year for, let's say, 50 to 70 years. And I can't see how that makes sense. And finally, just one more point. I will say that whatever the school committee decides, I'll endorse it and support it and make it happen. I work for you guys and I'll do whatever you ask me to do. But while we have the opportunity for discussion, I'll just make those points. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Baxter. I was just, your transportation presentation was eye-opening on enrollment.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Dr. Thornton had his hand up first.
Sorry.
Thank you. Just a few quick thoughts. I do think even with enrollment declining, we are a two high school city all day long. You have 1,000 per building. That's still a two high school conversation. I do think, in the process of over a year and a half with Mr. Locker, we had large groups of folks coming out, in the process. I don't think now in the 8th inning, we can ignore their wishes and pick a new footprint for a high school. That to me would be a slap in the face to the city that came out in this process. The people are passionate about Pilgrim. They're passionate about Tollgate. I think we have to honor their wishes in this. And also, I wouldn't equate the SK vote with Warwick at all. Thank you.
Thank you. And so sorry, Mr. Locker has his hand up.
Yeah, may I augment my statement about a single building, which is, I didn't put the $ in there because I didn't want to focus on that, but as a comparison to the $1 million a year in busing costs, working with Ed Bourget, my teammate architect from SOM Architecture, we concluded that to build with all new construction, which we believe would be necessary unless, well, it'll be necessary in order to serve that enrollment. If we're using one of the two sites in Pilgrim's, the only logical one, we believe that in 2020 dollars, it would add about $35 million to the project. You have to escalate that to date of construction. So that number probably should be thought of as a single hit at the beginning, and put it in frame of reference to the $1 million a year in busing that might be saved. Thank you.
Madam Chair, a couple of things.
Yes.
I would also agree with Dr. Thornton about the SK vote. I talked to some people in SK, and there's a lot of stuff going on there for that. But Mr. Locker, I don't think Mr. Baxter, I think what Mr. Baxter is saying that in so many words is Tollgate is not ideally positioned. And while I understand that, I do. The way the population is distributed in the city of Warwick, it's north, south, and east. There's not a lot of population west, and that's just because of the geographical feature of the city. But 50 years ago, the community opted to put a high school out in that area, and even if we said okay, Tollgate ends up somewhere else, we're still gonna have a junior high school out there as well. And then you would have to get rid of that and try to probably build a complex. So I guess my point is, I understand that that's, one of the costs here is the transportation issue. And I fully understand that, but I think that all the work that was done so far, the city council was involved in that work as well. And I agree with Dr. Thornton in that I think if we cut this baby in half and say, okay, let's proceed with Pilgrim and rethink Tollgate, I'm not sure how fair that is. But the other thing that concerns me is we really need to get going on stage 1 and stage 2 for ride submissions. And if we put this off and we delay it so it misses the ballot in 2022, shovels don't get in the ground, then it has to go on for 2024. Now, I don't think the city would hold a special election for this. I wouldn't be my choice. But shovels don't get in the ground in that scenario probably until 2027. And then we're going to have to put several $1 million into each of these buildings because we consciously deferred HVAC systems at Pilgrim and some other things at Pilgrim and Tollgate with this conversation in mind. So we would be pouring money back into buildings that we're going to either dramatically remodel or whatever. So I'm just not quite sure if that's going to be a good use of taxpayer money either. So I guess in the end, I'll just go back to at the beginning of this process when it started. All the participants in that process could have said, what, why don't we rethink where we locate the schools? But no one did. So I do think that's the community's wish. And at the end of the day, I don't think doing option C where Tollgate is currently, I don't think it drives people away. I think a commitment by the city to improve its high schools and to drastically remodel them, I think changes the community's perception of the community's investment in schools. Sure, there'll always be a contingent of people that don't want to spend a dime on anything. I mean, that happens all the time. But I also think that demonstrating the commitment will have an impact on that bleed of kids. It just does, because, when you make a commitment to schools and you're finally going to, my son or daughter is finally going to go to a modernized high school, and we change other things that go on inside of the building, which are just as important. I think people send their kids to schools, and I think the drain stops. So I understand exactly where Mr. Baxter's coming from, and I think that to switch gears right now, I don't think is the best course, because I don't think the current course is a bad course. Really, the only major issue would be transportation. But I think that the community spoke, and I think to uproot that and put the whole thing on hold isn't a good idea for the community. If we think we're bleeding kids now, if we come across as not being able to make a decision on what we want to do after we spend a year and a half, we might as well just lock the doors. So, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Cornell.
Yeah, so it's difficult to predict the future. Mr. Baxter, I agree with you. Like, for example, in the Tollgate area, like there's just not much more left to develop in Warwick. Like the height of development in Warwick was from 60s to the 90s. Like there's not much space left, and it's just that so the population is not going to grow that way. However, Mr. Locker, I think you can be right. You could be right that the population could come back because right now we have a big wage gap and that gap between ages, but that could always change. Like the people with families could start moving in again. So that's a possibility. And just look at the Rhode Island census. Like 10 years ago, people expected us to lose population and we gained some. So you never know. Albeit work didn't really gain any, but you just don't know what the future is. But regardless, like, so we have two proposals on the table and I definitely want to hear them both out and looked into because this is not a light decision. This should be analyzed properly. So I would be for postponing this decision a month so both sides can put together their proposals and we can hear the final result. So I would be for that. And I don't think Dr. Thorne would be a slap in face to the community because we did have a public forum and only one person showed up. So, and I also haven't received any emails regarding this proposal. So
Let him talk.
so I don't know exactly where the community stands at this. And I can just say myself, I haven't made a decision yet because I want to hear both sides. So if we a month later, we decide a month later, like I think it'd be good because as I said before, we can't take this lightly. This is a big decision that will impact this city for decades to come.
Nathan,
And, yeah.
Mr. Cornell,
Yes.
you're going off topic. Okay. I was
Okay.
instructed. You're going a little bit off topic.
Okay, thank you for letting me know.
I'm sorry.
It's
Dr.
okay.
Thornton had his hand up.
Mr. Testa, we can't hear you.
Thank you. Mr. Cornell, there are not two
Good.
proposals before us. There's one proposal for two high schools, okay? If you want to see another proposal on relocating Tollgate, you should have said that at the last meeting when Mr. Locker first presented, okay? We are becoming the Keystone Cops here. There's a year and a half worth of work into this project. And you're not just gonna say, well, if you put this on hold, it's killed. Because Mr. Guillermo is not going to be able to get the submission to ride for stage 1 and stage 2. There's no time to do that. And we won't kid ourselves in thinking that he's Superman and he can do that. So if we're going to put this off a month, we've killed it. Okay? And if that's what this body wants to do, then have at it. But there's a lot of people in the community who were aware of this. And Mr. Cornell, you were more aware of it than you let on to. Because you were at some of those meetings. Okay, and then we had public forums, and the public forum at Pilgrim was not attended by one person. There was probably about 60 or 70 parents in that building that night because I was there. So to somehow say all of a sudden you want to see another plan, okay, you should have spoke up before, with all due respect. So this is the plan on the table, and we're going to vote it up or we're going to vote it down. However, it's going to take another year because now you got to go back to the drawing boards for school number 2, right? So if Tollgate's going to go away, and then everybody on the council and your constituents, because that's your district, you can deal with answering questions. So why did you get rid of Tollgate? You took our school away, all right? That's fine. You can deal with that, okay? But now we still
Madam
got to
Chair.
come up with a whole other plan now on what we're going to do for high school number 2. And are we going to let the Pilgrim plan just hang on the vine there until we figure project number 2? And if we go
Sure.
forward with Pilgrim, okay, we're gonna make the event, let's just cut it in half. We'll go Pilgrim first, okay? So now we'll do Pilgrim, and now we'll take another year and a half, and it'll be, and the second project with Tollgate will be 2 years behind, 3 years behind the Pilgrim project. I'm sorry, the plans here are not bad. The plans here are not bad. And at the end of the day, we have not invested in our high schools. at all, as you know, because you were a recent student, one of them. There's been no investment. Now we're going to delay that investment further, and then we're going to be answering to constituents that saying, why are you pouring $8 million into Pilgrim for a new HVAC system when you're going to remodel it? And then we're going to have to say, you know, that's a good point. So with all due respect, vote it up or down. Let's not delay it. Okay, let's make decisions here. That's what people elected us for. And your constituents in the Tollgate area, I remind you, elected you for that. So if you don't want to go forward with this plan, just understand there's no delaying it. We're killing it. As long as we're all clear on that, that's fine. It's very late. We've got other things to talk about too. In my opinion, we granted a delay before. I don't see anything that's significantly changed. The population distribution in the city is the population distribution in the city. It is what it is. So we'd still be busing middle school kids over to the western part of the.
Okay, let's,
Madam Chair,
we-
can I respond?
yeah, go ahead. Make it short.
Yeah, so, like, I'm not shooting down this plan. That's not what I'm doing. And it's not even my proposal. It's just, I know our finance director, has an idea for a proposal. This is a big decision and I just wanted to hear him out. So I'm open to, both plans, but I don't think option C is bad. I think option C is good. I like that plan, but I want to, I was you're right. I was put here, was elected here by my constituents and I'm supposed to make decisions for them. And I want to hear everyone out before I make that decision. So that's not my thing. It's not to have a problem with this plan. It's just, I want to hear everyone out beforehand. So,
Yeah, I need to reply. And Mr. Cornell, sorry, Mr. Cornell, I understand. Okay, I understand, but you cannot say you're voting to delay. You're voting to kill. Okay, and that's fine. If we want to vote to kill it, let's kill it. All right, if that's what the body wants to do, that's what we do. But, you know, with all due respect to Mr. Baxter, that's his opinion, okay? And his opinion doesn't create a school. His opinion leads us to Frank Locker again, or someone like Frank Locker, a whole other study again, and another year's worth of work. That's what it leads to. This isn't like an energy question, okay? That you delay or whatever. Understand that if we vote to push this off another month, Mr. Guglielmo does not go to ride for stage 1 and stage 2, so the project is dead. Understand that. That's all I'm simply saying. Okay,
I
so
would like to,
the vote we're going to take tonight, if we vote to delay this a month, we will kill it. I just want everybody to understand, so no one can say, oh, this is what I thought I was doing before, because this is what we're going to be doing. So we're going to be not starting over completely, but we're going to be going back to a drawing board. Thank you.
Is that true, Frank?
Yes. And Steve Guillermo could elaborate on that.
Steve,
And I'd like to turn it over to him. I'd also point out that the ride process is very thorough, very rigorous. Stage 1 is, and stage 1 is distinctly different than stage 2. Stage 1 is essentially a statement of the problem. And
Can I ask you a question about RIDE? I need this information either from you or Secosio. Is the amount that we will get back from the state, has that changed? Because originally it was somewhere 53%. And now I'm hearing 35%.
It's a minimum of 35% with an increase of potentially another 20% based on incentives that we hit. In other words, you get an extra 5% if you are closing a school. So with one of the schemes, I believe that Drum Rock gets closed, so you will definitely get that 5%. And then there's security bonuses. So there's a series of boxes that need to get checked to get the additional percentages, but it's a minimum of 35%.
So, but those additional percentages are still in place.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
one
Mr.
question.
Cornell?
Yeah, so just to clear up everything, so Mr. Locker, so if we postpone a month, this will not work, is that correct?
Steve's the one to speak to that because he's got the responsibility for getting these submissions in, but he said earlier that we are in jeopardy.
Yeah,
If
we're already
2
months
we're
behind.
already in jeopardy, I suppose.
We're already 2 months behind schedule. So putting it out another month, we're definitely not going to meet the February deadline. So that means that the referendum vote gets pushed off another year. We're so far behind right now on the project. We should have our engineers in those buildings right now doing studies, but we just haven't gotten to that point yet because we don't have a contract yet. But we are way behind schedule already.
Okay, I appreciate the information and like, I didn't know that because before, I heard September, so I was thinking we might maybe have a month or so. Like, I wouldn't like want to extend it like 3 months, so I thought maybe we could do a month, but that information is good to have, so thank you for that. Like, I didn't know that. Like, it wasn't my intention to postpone it to destroy it. Like, I just wanted to make very clear because I think there were some misconceptions out there that that was the case and that wasn't. So I appreciate
Yeah, the
that.
deadline is basically September 15th. So we have to hit that deadline for the stage one. So, starting a month from now, we wouldn't even meet the September deadline.
Okay, I appreciate that information.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would
Ms.
just
Amber.
like to go on the record as the incoming superintendent that I do agree with the sentiments of Mr. Testa and Dr. Thornton. It was important for Mr. McCaffrey and myself to reinvent schools and re-energize the public, the excitement to attend our high schools. And I do think delaying this plan will cause a problem with that. Also, we are going forward with 21st century learning, and yet we have the traditional classroom spaces that don't work with 21st century learning. So I just want to put that on the record.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Amber. So at this point, I think all has been argued and said, and we should just take a vote. Do I have a vote to go with the option C?
Do we, yes, okay, second, sorry. I wasn't sure if we moved it or not.
All in favor?
Madam Chair, I couldn't hear Ms. Bacchus. I don't know what her motion was.
To go with option C for both
so-
I
schools.
move that we go with the current plan, option C.
I seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Ayes have it. I think it was a 5.
unanimous, I think.
Okay. Now on to the next, we're gonna go back to number 2.
Mr.
Um,
Locker has to stop sharing his screen.
Oh,
There we go.
thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Locker.
Thank you.
Mr. Bourget for being here. We appreciate your time and we're sorry for the wait. It's been a long night and we appreciate your patience. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're gonna go back to number 2 now, discussion action. The WTU CBA tentative agreement. Do I have a motion for approval of the tentative agreement?
I move that we hold the CBA.
Second.
I didn't hear it.
Is this working?
Yeah, when it's at your mouth.
You gotta lean forward.
I move that we hold the vote on the CBA for the time being until we can get further information. $8 million over the next 2 years may not be possible. And I think teachers need to come to percentage of healthcare plan.
So you made a motion to hold it.
I made a motion to hold it.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Yep, discussion.
I guess then my questions for Mr. Hennius is what happens there? Like what would the next steps be if it was to get more information?
To be honest with you, Mr. Adams, I'd defer that to Ms. Backus. I'm not entirely sure what other information you'd be looking for as far as holding it. Well, if the desire is to vote against it, then, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but a
My
motion to hold
desire
is
is
different
to-
than a motion to.
The motion to hold is based on the financing. It's based on some of the language that needs to be cleaned up and set. I think before it should go down formally.
So then, just to be clear, that wouldn't be a motion to hold, it doesn't sound like. No, I'm
It's a
just,
mo-
in my
a mo-
opinion, the final TA has been negotiated. So you're either voting the final TA up or down, not voting to make changes to it.
Okay.
All right, so can I withdraw my second? Because I think I can withdraw my second, right?
Yeah.
I'm
We
gonna
haven't
withdraw
had
my second.
discussion
yet.
Yeah,
All right.
I get it. Okay.
And
thank you.
and I'll change my motion. I would like to move denial of the CBA.
I already said. do I have a motion? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll second. And then we discuss and we vote on the motion and. okay. This is the same thing as moving it. The discussion is going to be the same, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a second, right? Okay.
We have a
Discussion?
second. Now we have discussion.
I always have something to say. I'm more than happy to go. Thank you, Madam Chair. When these discussions began a couple of years ago, we were all asked for what issues were important to us. And for myself, I had healthcare co-shares, sick days, ideally, X number of sick days in TDI, professional development, how do we get more, and secondary scheduling. Those were the issues for me. I think the superintendent submitted issues as well, and I think a lot of mine were his. But from what I can see from the CBA, none of those have been addressed. I'm having a hard time finding stuff in here that's student-centered. The agreement will reduce the number of days from 183 to 182. And originally, a year ago, there was a discussion around perhaps lengthening the school day, doing early dismissals, and being able to provide PD during the course of the year, which is, I think, something Dr. Thornton did in Cumberland, which worked well. But none of that latter stuff is in the agreement, but we still lopped off the day. So I know the state calendar has PD days built into it, but what I can't understand is why would we not have just kept ours and had an additional PD day? PD is very, very critical to this district, and it's always been a sore point in this district. So, you know, I look at that, and then I look with the elimination of the one day, the language changed from staff development, which has traditionally been professional development. That language is stricken too. So I don't know what kind of a message it sends to parents, community, and especially students. I don't. So evaluations. In the last contract, evaluations was an issue that was arbitrated. And the school district won that arbitration. But part of this agreement now says we are going to develop our own Warwick evaluation system. Dr. Thorne, all districts are using some sort of an evaluation system, right?
They are back, circa 2011. Our districts had to move to one of three. We have the Rhine model, the AFT model, or the Coventry model.
And they're all variations on the same theme. They're all pretty similar.
Yeah, they're all rubric based. They all have mid-year reviews, SLOs, et cetera.
Okay. So the way this is structured, we're going to devote time and energy. We're going to take a new superintendent, a new assistant superintendent, and a new committee. We're going to establish a committee to develop a new model that has to get approved by RIDE anyway. So I don't understand why we would do that. I think it's a waste of time, to be blunt, and it doesn't benefit anyone, especially when there are proven models already in existence, and an arbitrator told us that when they ruled in our favor at the last contract. So I don't understand what's so unique about us where we require our own style of evaluation system. I think education is education, and there's already proven models. We already have one. I don't understand that. Healthcare co-shares are always a thing for me. I come from the private sector. I'm used to paying percentages of health, of co-shares, where that means that if the cost of the benefit rises or falls, I pay for the rise of the fall. We don't have that here. You know, the language to the observer who would read it, you would think that we've moved to a percentage. We haven't. It's a dollar amount. It's a dollar amount that reflects the percentage at the given point in time. And that happened 6 years ago, which was 20%. And over 6 years, that's become 13. I don't like fixed payments for health insurance co-pays, especially when everybody else in this district is paying a true 20%. For the exact same plan. Just for sake of comparison, Central Falls, Cranston, East Greenwich, East Providence, Exeter, West Greenwich, Middletown, Narragansett, Newport, North Smithfield, South Kingstown, Westerly, all do at least 20%. And those are the only ones that I was able to find online. So at the end of the day, as the cost of the benefit increases, the educator is exempted from paying that at the expense of everyone else in the district. In the city, because the city pays the whole thing at the end of the day. It reminds me of the book Animal Farm with a line that says, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. I think it's ridiculous. Raises. There are salary increases in this plan. The total plan over the life of the contract is about $7 million. We cannot forget that the previous contract had a roughly an 11% increase built into it. It was 3 3s and a retro piece of 2. And during that contract, health insurance co-shares never went up. Our educators are paid well, and I don't have a problem with that. They should be. We currently have 80% of our teachers making over $85,000 a year, and 46% of them over $90,000 a year. That's not underpaid. We could have a parlor conversation on what a teacher's value is, but that's what that is. So based on the new salary steps, the mean average, right in the middle of step, $65,693, and it ends at $69,016. It's been said before, and some people dismiss it, but I looked it up myself. That is among the highest paid in the world. Go to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development data, the OECD data, that compares by country, okay? Those mean averages are right up there with Canada, Germany, and the Netherlands, who have stellar education systems. For me, you go up and down the street. We've been in a pandemic for the last 15 months. Go up and down the street, you'll find neighbors and friends who have been furloughed from their jobs, or worse, have lost their jobs. You'll find the people who were fortunate enough to not lose their job are all doing a lot more with less. So we're going to pay more money for a day's less work. That doesn't make sense to me. So, you know, cynics would say you're using the taxpayer as an ATM, right? I wouldn't agree with it, but I can understand the sentiment. So as a parent and a taxpayer, I'm seeing that we're paying more money, no substantive changes for student learning, and 1 day's less of work. So, you know, scheduling was very important, especially the secondary level. I went to school in high school in the 70s. We had 7-period days. Okay, and maybe some of you did too. But Dr. Thornton, how many districts do you know of? Well, in your experience, how many have 7-period days?
We do.
We do. Okay. So the issue with this is we're not setting up these kids for college or career technical schools. My 3 kids all had to make the adjustment when they got to college for sitting in a class for an hour and a half or 2 hours, right? Because they never had to do it in high school. So, you know, you can ask educators who either live in this district or out of this district who send their kids to private school. Ask them what kind of scheduling they have. Ask the parents who put their kids in NK or Pontiac what kind of scheduling they have, and ask them why they put them in there. Ask the parent whose college track kid can't do anything in CTE because the scheduling doesn't allow it because of how we schedule. They'll tell you. So, Mr. Hennies, I have a question for you. Is it common for the school committee's attorney to be present in most, or if not all, of the negotiating session? Is it common?
In my experience, it would be common, not required legally.
Right, I know, I completely agree. I completely agree. So were you involved in a manner that's consistent with how you're involved in other districts?
I was available to Ms. Cobden by telephone
What about before that?
when she was, I was available to Ms. Cobden by telephone when she was in negotiation sessions.
Thank you. Dr. Thornton, you've been a superintendent of, I don't know how many districts, 3, 4, whatever it is. Okay, and is it common for you to be in those negotiating, is it common for a superintendent to be in negotiating sessions?
Yes,
So, and were you involved in a manner consistent with your experience in other districts? I sound like a lawyer.
no,
Okay. So, you know, in the soundtrack to Hamilton, there's a song called The Room Where It Happened. Okay, and I'm being asked to approve an agreement in which, you know, our legal expert and our superintendent were not in the room where it happened any significant amounts of time. So at the end of the day, I'm going to get flipped. And I was born in the afternoon, but I wasn't born yesterday afternoon. As I see it, I don't think this agreement does anything to help student achievement or contribute to that. I think it actually goes backwards. We're paying more, but we're getting little in return from what I can see. So we're going to pay more. We're going to pay more. We're going to work a day less. And when the health benefit cost rises, which they always do, and they always will, okay, some employees will not be responsible for paying their fair share of that increase, while everyone else in the district will. It's grossly unfair. So I can't blame one side for negotiating to keep that kind of a setup in place. They weren't elected to be good stewards of the taxpayer money. We were. So I don't think we're showing showing that by approving this. I just don't think there's enough substance in there for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I concur with Mr. Testa on most of what he said. This is an $8 million expense over the next 2 years. I don't know how that doesn't hurt kids. I don't know how that doesn't. How does that allow us to create new programs, to create pathways, to do all kinds of things that we want to do for our kids? How does that allow us to do that? Where is that money going to come from? We may have part of that money this year, but is the city going to give us that money next year? And that money is, there's a whole extra percent there for going to percent of plan. And they're not at percent of plan. It's very concerning. I really believe that we need time for the new superintendent and assistant superintendent to really go over it and think about it. They were involved in the early talks. And they're not aware of all the changes and things, and it would be helpful. And I think that we owe it to our new superintendent to do that and to come back next week or the following week and take a vote. I don't know what the huge hurry is. It's already been a while. I mean, 11% in the last raises, 5%, and no real co-share cost. Makes it very difficult to balance things. It hurts kids, it hurts the district, it's going to hurt the city. And we need to reinvent ourselves. And if we don't, how are we going to bring students back to Warwick? Without great schools, Warwick is not going to rise again. And that is a real shame. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I guess my I guess my question is based off of Ms. Bacchus's last statement of, I mean, would it hurt if we did take, because we have a meeting, we still have a meeting docked for next week, right? If it went to if in that time that Mr. McCaffrey and Ms. Dambert could look it over and give us their opinion as well. Like I mean, I value their opinion. I think it's something for us to say that we think it's a good contract or not. But I mean, Mr. Testa has brought up time and time again that we're not the education professionals here, and everyone else in that room is. So, like, would that hurt to have them see it?
They have to work with it. They have to live with it.
I think your microphone is off.
Okay, well, I'll go now. I took over as chair when most of this document was already signed off by the former chair, Ms. Bacchus, and Ms. Necco, the president of the union. I picked up exactly where they left off, which was with the insurance and was with the raises and one other issue on the appendix to get some language that they already won to get put back in after it was negotiated to be taken out. The rest of it, I didn't change. I kept everything that was signed off. That's what I wasn't going to change it. Why battle again when Ms. Bacchus already battled and worked it out with them? And now I'm getting made to believe that it's all wrong. And I'm lost for words because it was signed off. But the main point that I'm going to make here is we need to look at the whole picture. All I hear now is we're going to hurt kids. Well, we're going to hurt kids if we go to court. I watched before I was on the school committee how the last one worked out and how it went on for years. And I have a question for Mr. Baxter. If this went on for a couple of years, how much is it going to hurt us when they're going to have to go to their work to rule to their contract that's already in place? How much money are we going to lose with health insurance? Is it going to hurt us? Is it going to be helpful?
Yeah, pardon me. So yes, I guess to answer your question, if the contract were ratified, we would collect an additional $637,000 in WTU member healthcare copay premiums. So that would be foregone if we continue to negotiate the contract or went to a protracted process. And then there's an additional $300,000 plus the following year.
Thank you. So there are other factors to look at in this too, but my big factor is looking at the big picture and seeing how our kids suffered for the past, it's over a year now. It hurt them the last half a year, and now it hurt them all this year. And they were robbed of a lot of things that they deserved from nobody's fault. There was a pandemic. It wasn't anybody in this room's fault. And everybody here tried to do their best, whether people believe that or not. There was a pandemic. But what I foresee now is we're having a new superintendent, a new assistant superintendent, and we have kids coming in September, hopefully on a normal schedule again, and no more of this distance learning and kids not being bused and kids not being able to get to school and all the chaos. It's going to go back to as normal as we can. There still might be, a little distancing. There might be mask wearing. We don't know yet because that's not our call. But what I see is if we go to court over the issue of a hard number in their contract, when we got it close to that hard number, but we got it in a monetary way. If we go to court for that, our kids are going to suffer while this goes on.
And I saw what happened. I was on the streets. I was with them in picketing. I picketed. It's going to hurt our kids. And I think right now with the loss of population, this isn't going to be favorable to our community either. I think there's a lot of people teetering on waiting to see what September is going to be. And if we don't do 150% for our kids, we're going to lose more population and there's going to be more scrutiny. So I don't believe this is a time to go to court overpaying a hard number that's going to land up being 2% less than what we would like. I'm not happy with this, and the teachers union wasn't happy, but we both could live with it. And that's the way we looked at it. And I had backings. I constantly was on the phone with Mr. Baxter with the numbers because that's what I was dealing with. The educational stuff was already worked out. And I was constantly on the phone with our lawyer, Mr. Hennessy. So I feel as though everything was correctly done because I was dealing with figures. I wasn't dealing with the educational part. That was all signed off when I took over. And when I walked in, I asked Darlene if we could just pick up where we left off. And she agreed. And that's what we did. So, it wasn't easy. It was not easy. But at this point, if we go to court, it's not only going to cost us money, and we don't know what's going to happen because other things are going to happen. It's not just going to be our issue. It's going to be the issues they're going to take us to court for. And it's going to be dragged on. And I would hate to see that happen to our students after what they've already went through. I think we can live with this for the next 2 years and then take it from there. And that's the way I had to look at it. I had to look at the big picture. I don't think it's going to be good for our new superintendent to have to, be starting her new position and the teachers aren't complying because they don't have a contract. I don't know if anybody else has been contacted by any teachers, but I have. I went to our clinics. I was working at the clinics for inoculations and I had teachers coming up to me saying, "Hey, Judy, what's up? What's with our contract? We want our contract." And we were working on it. So I have to go with the fact that this isn't going to kill us for the next 2 years, from what I was told. Mr. Baxter said that we can do this. Our lawyer thought it was a good deal, considering what we're up against. And I have to go with this because I don't think it's an appropriate time to go to court. And I know not everybody in this room agrees with me, and that's okay. But I know, and we've all seen what happens when the Warwick Public Schools go to court with the teachers union. It doesn't work out fairly. And I understand what you're saying, Mr. Testa. I agree. They deserve to pay 20%, a hard number, because I too would have to do that in any job that I've worked at. We go up and down as we go along. We're always notified, but this is a different situation. I don't disagree with that. And I would like to get that number and it would be great. And that's why I'm not happy. I thought at one point we did have the hard number and I was very disappointed, as Mr. Baxter can say, but we have to deal with the environment we're living in right now. And the environment is not good. We have angry community and people are just angry because we've been in a pandemic. And everybody's life has been turned upside down, whether it was their job, their schooling, their sitting, everything got messed up. And we need to make sure that when we go to school in September, that our kids get 150% of what they deserve. And if we go to court at this time, they're not going to get the 150%. And we know it. Everybody in this room knows it. And I always feel like you should pick your battles. And I don't think this is a time to pick the battle. If it wasn't a pandemic and everything was normal, I'd be right on board with Mr. Testa and Ms. Bacchus. Let's go to court for the hard number. But right now, in this environment, we're losing students. We want them to come back. Next thing you know, we go to court with them and people are going to think we're beyond unstable. And now we're fighting with our teachers. So, and we don't know what's going to happen. This whole tentative agreement is going to be thrown out the window. And we're going to start from scratch. So we could actually lose even more. We could gain some more, but it's gonna go on for years, just like it did last time. And I object to doing that right now. I don't think it's fair to Ms. DeAmbrook. I don't think it's fair to Mr. McCaffrey. And I, first and foremost, don't think it's fair to our children right now. And I will vote for this. Thank you.
Madam
Madam
Chair,
Chair.
just to reply, I'm not suggesting, I don't think I suggested at all that we go to court.
That's what's
My-
gonna happen, Mr.
my-
Testa.
I understand.
I've been in
And I would.
I know what's going on.
I would also say that in the last contract negotiation, I think we won all the court cases that we went to, but that's a.
But
separate
how many
issue.
years did it go on?
I'm not debating that. My point is, what I don't see here, I don't see, we had an opportunity to pick up an extra professional development day. We passed it by. We didn't discuss scheduling at the secondary level, which has no fiscal impact. Whether the students go in 7 period days or block scheduling, the educator's still working the same day. There's no fiscal impact to that.
Ms. Bacchus, can you comment on
So-
this? I wasn't
so-
in those
But
meetings.
I'm not looking to point fingers at anyone. I'm not
You
looking to
signed
point
off
fingers at
on
anyone.
every paragraph. So I can't
So-
answer those
so
questions.
To me, it's some of those student-centered things that wouldn't cost any more money, right? Keeping the 183 days and keeping that one professional development day gave us an extra professional development day. Scheduling, again, no fiscal impact, but it would have been better for kids. We didn't do those things. I'm not saying you have to get the whole enchilada in one negotiation. You guys, you all know how I felt about healthcare coach. I was very clear on that. I've been clear on that forever.
Well, you wanted to
you
go
know,
to court from
so-
day one. It was obvious,
but-
and that's okay. You
But
have the
at-
right
but
to
at the
feel
end-
like
But at
that.
the end of the day, okay, I'm looking for the students. If there was more student stuff in here, maybe my opinion would change on some of the other things that I have a problem with. But again, we need to get away from you, okay? We're a body here. We're gonna vote this up, we're gonna vote this down. The vote is the vote, okay? So, I know, I just want to make sure, Mr. Hennis, the motion on the table right now is to deny it, right? Is to vote it down, right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, just want to make, I don't want to lose track, so, okay.
Madam
So
Chair.
if,
Mr. Cornell wanted to speak.
So this is not a perfect contract. There's things I would like differently in it, but it's good despite the circumstances. And this is not even the original TA. The first TA I actually voted against because we couldn't afford it due to healthcare, and there were procedural problems that whether there was right to have a TA anyway. But I'll be voting for this one tonight. We got some good concessions, especially with the healthcare. Like, we didn't think we would ever get that, and also we won't be going to court. And I know what, because I was a student during the last time we went to court, and it did negatively affect me and other students. I know that very well, and it will split this community apart if that happens. And I really don't want that to happen, especially after pandemic. That would be absolutely disastrous. Just for maybe a little bit more, and I'm not confident we would get a little bit more for court. So I think this TA is I think we got some good concessions on this. And one big thing is that this TA is affordable. Mr. Baxter, I've spoken to him, and he has told me that this is affordable. So this is not going to bankrupt the city. And and then also, and we, as I said, we would avoid going to court, which I just know where that's going to go. It's nothing good happens when we go to court. And we were actually very close to going to court before this. Like, to get this TA passed, like, we had a lot of negotiation meetings, and we were very close to going to court, but fortunately we were able to work it out because we were civil. That was very key to this, and why we were able to avoid going to court. And it was tense at times, but we were all civil together, and we were able to come up with this TA, which is, as I said, not perfect, but it is good, a good TA despite the circumstances, and it is affordable. So I will be voting for this TA tonight.
a point of order, Madam Chair, just to clarify the record. Mr. Cornell, the last TA, okay, you didn't vote against it. You voted for it. It was 2-2. It split. Ms. Bacchus and I were against it, and you, Ms. Bacchus, were for it. So it's not correct to say that you didn't support the last one. I'm sorry.
He
You-
did go and
You two,
went against it. He did.
no, no,
He did. He voted
No,
against it.
we were,
That's how we got back into negotiations.
Mr. Adams couldn't vote, so it was, you, myself, and Ms. Backus voted against it.
okay, I apologize. I
Hold on,
apologize.
Mr. Hennis. Mr. Hennius can confirm this.
Yep, I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. I apologize.
Ms. Bacchus, your microphone is probably off.
Hello?
There you go.
I didn't hear Mr. Baxter say that this was affordable. I heard him say we could afford this year. I said to him, where are we gonna come up with $5 million next year? And he wasn't as confident about that. So it is not affordable. And we have 3 other groups. We have administration, non-union, we have the WISE union, and we have the teachers union. And what are we going to do for everybody else? Are we going to give them a total of 5% over the next 2 years? And knock their co-shares down to 17 and 18%?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Adams.
I mean, so I can't really talk too much for negotiations. For ethics training, as we went through earlier. So I got this TA earlier this week, and I spoke with Ms. Cobden on it, but I also went on to call our counsel, Mr. Hennius, and I also called Mr. Baxter, because I like, if I wanted to move forward with anything, I want to make sure that, one, they thought we were being represented well, and then 2, if it would work. Our counsel, he backed it, and for what it was, really. And then when I talked to Mr. Baxter, I mean, the gist of it, I mean, it's going to go against what Ms. Bacchus just said. When I had talked to him, it was last night, he had said that we can make it work. And I think that is a big part of it. And again, if we were going to go back to court, I think that's a really big if we're going to court. For one, again, what Ms. Cobden said is that we're playing in an area that we do not want to be playing in. We want our students to get what they need. And after 14 months of the pandemic, we need everyone on board. And Mr. Testa, I understand that the last time that we went to court, we won 10 out of 13, but that's not a blanket statement. It's not every time we're going to win 10 out of 13. And I mean, yeah, like maybe they'd get that 20%. Odds are they would probably get 20%, but we would probably be losing things too. And probably maybe some things that we do not want to be losing right now. I think it's a good middle ground. I think the idea that, yes, it's not the percentage of plan that we wanted. It's not 20% that we wanted. But the thing is that it progresses. We're moving up next year, and then it moves up again. And it's not moving up based on their numbers. It's moving up based on the numbers that provided by Mr. Baxter. And then at that point, the contract's over, and we negotiate again, and we hopefully push towards that number. I think it goes for the fact that we need that currently be on each other's side, and we need to really try to boost each other up and try to do what we can to make sure that students can excel in the following years. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, I just for the record, I don't want anyone to think I'm a court monger. I don't even think I didn't mention the word, but, and I understand that. I understand, but we're going from.
Trying to
zero-
say you were, Mr. Testa.
No, I know. No, I'm just being flippant. But we're going from like zero to court, and that's not the point. And it's just negotiation. So the negotiations like playing poker. There's bluffing, there's pushing, there's back and forth. That's so, to me, again, I just have problems with this. I think the motion on the floor again is to deny it. So if you call the vote, just for everyone's edification here, if I vote yes, that means I want to deny it. So you vote no if you don't want it.
I get it.
That's correct.
Yeah, I just want to make sure because we get a confused.
This
vote.
is for denial.
Right. So,
So I'll take the vote. Ms. Bacchus?
Then everybody else should.
We don't disagree. We just don't want to go to court at this time.
We
And we
didn't hear
did
Ms.
as-
Bacchus.
We did at this time get it, as Mr. Adams pointed out, progressing in the right direction. And I will say, I just asked our lawyer how much it cost to go to court for that 1.5 years, and he said it was extremely expensive. So we have to also look on where we should spend our money. Is it worth it?
Madam Chair, I just have one question for Mr. Baxter.
Madam Chair, I just didn't hear 90% of what Ms. Backus just said. There was some problem with the microphone. Mr. Adams was hinting at earlier.
That was Mr. Testa.
Yep. Well, I'm sorry, that was me. Mr. Baxter, can you just clarify year 2 of the contract for me? Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams was explaining it.
We got there.
Okay. So can you just clarify that for me? I want to make sure I understood what he said.
Mr. Baxter, is your microphone on?
Turn your microphone.
So I was just clarifying the question. So the question is to clarify the fiscal impact of fiscal 23 of the contract. So the fiscal impact, so in fiscal 23, the additional expense would be about $5.6 million. And how we would, so I guess to summarize our discussion, we would need to, let me put it this way, there are a great many variables of in fiscal 23 in terms of what the state aid would look like, what our student enrollment will be, what the city's funding might be, whether there might be an increase or level funded or even a decrease. So it's impossible to say what the impact would be on our net fund balance, if you will, our what the real fiscal impact would be. However, to your I think to your point, in order to make it budget neutral, right, there would have to be some we would have to assume that there'd be some staffing reductions made to offset the additional $5.6 million in increases.
Right,
I think that increase, does that answer your question? Is that the
Yeah, so the
question?
assumptions are that state aid is level, right?
Yes.
State aid is level, maintenance of effort is level. And if we continue to lose students, we don't lose state aid or maintenance of effort, right? So.
Yes, that's
And
correct.
so as I see it, the main lever we have to pull here for cost savings is staff. It may, if not the only lever, is staff.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, thank
How
you.
many staff? Ms. Jackson? How many staff?
Mr. Testa, could you push your mic back to Mr. Bacchus, please?
Mr. Baxter, how many,
Excuse me, Ms. Bacchus, I was instructed by an attorney that we already have.
who called the question? I didn't call the question.
And there was more discussion, and that's not.
I did because I wanted to clarify who was going to vote and to make sure everybody voted the right way.
And then it
Yeah.
started again.
My recollection was that it was called for the vote. That's all I was saying. Call for a vote. Typically after all the members have spoken, there'd be a roll call vote.
Right, and that's
There
what
was
we,
a point of order. There wasn't.
no,
a
we
vote.
started,
No, I-
we started to vote and one of, I think it was Kyle,
Couldn't hear me.
said he couldn't hear what David said. So David repeated it and now we're going back into discussion when there's the vote is already out there. So I think we should just stop and continue with the vote. So Ms. Bacchus,
Call the roll. Okay.
I'm calling the vote.
No,
Okay, that's all I needed you to say.
No, it's a yes.
I
You
mean,
want to vote yes?
wait a minute.
You wanna-
Yes, denial.
Yes. She's a yes. Yes.
Mr. Testa's a yes. Mr. Cornell,
Nay.
Mr. Adams,
Nay.
myself is a nay.
So does that mean, do we have to vote?
Now, someone needs to make a motion.
Okay,
So now we need a motion to approve the final TA.
so moved.
Second.
Okay.
No.
I have a question for Mr. Baxter. How many teachers will we have to lay off to achieve a $5.6 million savings?
So Ms. Bacchus, that's a good question. So assuming, just for the record, just assuming all of the assumptions that we talked about, that everything else remains the same. And with the additional increases in the healthcare co-shares, I calculated about 20 FTEs. So and that's represented on, in the fiscal in figure 6. Yep.
Madam Chair, whatever you said and
Oh,
whatever.
I'm
Dr.
sorry. I said it's now discussion because the vote was put up.
How's
Okay.
my mic? Can you hear me now?
I
It
can
was
hear you
me,
now.
he couldn't
Okay.
hear.
I
Couldn't
know
hear
we
anyone.
How about now?
Good.
Yes. I know we had talked earlier, Mr. Baxter, approximately $140,000 for a multiplier for, for a teacher and conversation. So doing my quick math, if you just elaborate a little more, if it's 20 times 140K, that's around 2.8 million. So can you get me to the rest of the 5.6?
Yes, yep. Thank you very much. So what happens is with the way that the TA is structured, so we've got two things going on. The first element is the increase in co-shares, which is about by the third year in cumulative terms is about $1 million. Second, remember, we're carrying forward the 34 FTE reduction from fiscal 22. So in the total net reduction, remember that's cumulative and it's assuming we don't add staff back again, that would be about 54 FTEs. So that's in short summary, that's the nickel tour.
Thank you.
Same here. Okay, so any more discussion? We're just going to take the vote. Ms. Bacchus? Mr. Testa? Mr. Cornell?
Aye.
We couldn't hear you. Oh, I couldn't hear it. Okay, Mr. Adams?
Aye.
And I vote aye too. Ayes have it.
Madam Chair, we couldn't hear Mr. Tester or Ms. Bax's vote from virtually.
I think they voted no.
They voted no.
No, I'm sorry, my microphone was off. No.
I was able to read Mr. Testa's lips. That's not a joke.
Careful what I say now. Okay, that's next.
Yeah, it's like after 11
Madam Chair,
o'clock.
given the late hour, I think
Yeah,
we
due
can
to
put
the
these
late hour,
next week.
we have plenty of time to do it in the next meeting, correct?
We do.
Okay,
I'm
is
fine with that.
everybody in agreement with that? I
Motion
think,
to adjourn.
yes, let's get a motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.